All right, guys, let's go ahead. Finish up what you're writing for the word down, finish that up. Let's open up your notes. Now, thank you yesterday. I do apologize. I came down last night and was able to get this all working, hopefully. So we'll see if we can keep it up today. So I know yesterday was a little bit harder. A lot of writing went into yesterday, listening and writing. So today I'm going to go back through some of those slides. And that way, if you missed a few words or something like that, I do apologize. Thank you for being patient with me and everything. What we're going to start out with, what I would like to, I want to watch a video. And this will hopefully help you break down this book of Leviticus a little bit better. Now, hopefully it will work for us. So we're going to go ahead and start it at this time. And this, again, I want you just to watch this. This gives you an overview of what we're talking about. What is the book of Leviticus all about? And so hopefully this will help you.
The book of Leviticus, we know you've been avoiding it because it's weird. So let's fix that. Now remember, the story of the Bible began with humans in God's presence, but they were banished because of their rebellion. However, God wants to be in relationship with us, so he chooses one family that he will use to restore the world back into his presence.
And so God's presence comes to dwell in a tent right in the middle of Israel.
And that's great.
But it creates a problem because it's so intense that Moses can't go in, and other priests who enter inappropriately, they die.
Well, wait, if God's presence is good, how is it all of a sudden dangerous for people?
So think of it this way. God's presence is like a sun. It's pure power and goodness. And when something mortal and corruptible gets close to such pure power, it's destroyed. And so the word holiness is used in Leviticus to describe God's pure, powerful presence, which, like the sun, is both good and dangerous. So the point of Leviticus is to show how corrupt Israelites can live near God's goodness without being destroyed. Now, in the book, there are 3 ways for how this is all going to work out, and these are going to seem strange to you, but just hang in there with us.
The first one is rituals. The second is this idea of the priesthood, and the third is a bunch of purity laws.
Now, the book is broken up into 7 sections, and each solution is explored in 2 sections of the book. The rituals are here, the priests are here, and the purity laws go here.
Now, the first solution, rituals, involves a lot of animal sacrifices. And so Leviticus begins with detailed instructions for how to make these sacrifices. Some are ways of saying thank you to God, and others are simply ways of saying, I'm sorry.
And here at the end of the book, there are some more rituals. These are about observing sacred days and festivals. They're all celebrations that retell some part of the story of how God rescued Israel and set them apart from the nations.
The second solution to the holiness problem has to do with priests. You see, being directly in God's presence is really dangerous. So he appoints priests as special representatives who can go into his presence on behalf of others.
So in this section, we have a story about how the priests are ordained into the priesthood. And then this other section explains the set of higher standards that the priests have to live by because they work so closely to God's presence.
The third solution in the book is all about purity laws. And this is by far the hardest thing to understand. For example, in this section, we're really concerned with knowing whether you're clean or unclean.
Or another way of saying that is being pure and impure. And here's what we need to know to understand this. When you're in a pure state, you can be near God's presence. When you're in an impure state, you can't. And so it was really important for Israelites to know what state they're in at any given moment.
So the first thing we have is a list of pure and impure animals.
Yeah, this list of animals is divided up where they live. So on the land, in the sea, in the air. And the text is just not clear about why certain animals are impure, why touching or eating them makes you impure. What is clear, however, is that avoiding these creatures will set Israel apart, and it will remind them that God's own holiness should affect every part of their lives, including what they eat.
After the food laws, we get a lot of random rules about things like skin disease, touching dead bodies, what to do with bodily fluids.
But they're not random. All of these are things that the Israelites associated with life and death, which are sacred things because God is the author of life.
Okay, But simply coming into contact with these things makes you impure?
They do, but we have to keep in mind that it's not wrong or sinful to be ritually impure. You just wait a few days, take a bath, offer sacrifice, and you're pure again. What is inappropriate is entering into God's presence when you're in an impure state.
Now, there's more purity laws over here in this section.
Yeah, these focus on Israel's moral behavior. So these are laws about social justice, healthy relationships, having sexual integrity. Living by these laws will make Israel into a morally pure people who can live near God's presence.
Those are the three solutions. Now, you've probably noticed that they surround the very center of this book, and it's here that we find a really important ritual called the Day of Atonement.
Yeah, so Israel's a big tribe now, and odds are there's a lot of sin happening that goes unnoticed, that people are not dealing with. And so one time a year, the priests would take 2 goats, and one of those goats is killed, and its blood is carried right into God's presence where it symbolically covers or atones for Israel's sin.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Well, the meaning of the sacrifice, it's explained in the next chapter, where God says that the blood of a creature is its life. And so this goat's life is offered as a substitute. It's receiving God's punishment for Israel's sin so that the people don't have to.
That leaves the second goat.
Yeah, the priest puts his hands on it, and then he confesses all of the sins of Israel. It's like he's placing the sins on the goat. And then that goat gets cast out forever into the wilderness. It's called the scapegoat.
Yeah, I've heard that word before.
Yeah, it's this very powerful image of how God is graciously removing Israel's sin.
But let's be honest, sacrifices in general seem so barbaric.
We have to remember that in the ancient world, sacrifices were the main way of buying favor from the gods. But the problem was that those same gods, they're unpredictable, they're fickle, you never know if they're going to ignore you or they're going to turn on you. And so it's in this cultural setting that we see Israel's God as totally different. He does get angry about human corruption, but it is never arbitrary. And he loves people. So he provides this clear way for Israel to know with confidence that they are forgiven and that despite their corruption, they are safe to live near his presence. And so that makes the book of Leviticus actually a revolutionary statement in its day.
So that's Leviticus. But Israel's still at Mount Sinai in the middle of the wilderness. They need a place to live.
Yes, the land God promised to Abraham. And so the journey to that land is what the next book of the Bible is all about. Hi, this is Tim.
And this is John.
We believe the Bible is telling one over...
All right, guys. By the way, let me just say, that is, we're going to talk about this. We got church tonight, so we'll talk about that. It's a video series called The Bible Project. And tonight we're just going to go over how do you study the Bible. And I think this could be a great tool for you. We're actually going to watch a lot of these in class because it's hopefully a way that it gives you an idea of what this book is all about. And Leviticus is, if you were to ask most people that read through their Bible, one of the least favorite books of people that read through their Bible. Just because you see a lot of stuff that no longer really pertains to us. We are no longer using those sacrifices that we talked about yesterday. We're no longer necessarily observing these special days as they were mentioned, which we're going to look at today. But there's so much in there to help us understand who God is. And so what we're going to do right now is get your notes out. We're going to go through these very quickly because we have spent a lot of time already, but I know the last couple of days we've had issues with the screens, and so this is for maybe you missed one or something like that, just to make sure we're all on the same page. We want to go through these. The law. What was the purpose of the law? It was to show us that we don't measure up. None of us measure up before God, and this was the purpose of the law. Let's go here. The 10 Commandments, we've looked at these. Let me go through these. I'm sorry. Here we are. 3 ingredients to worship: holiness, gifts of sacrifice, celebration. Okay. Let's go, a priest, and you would have had this all the way back on page 45, A priest was a Levite who spoke to God for the people and offered their sacrifices. Can somebody tell me, what is a Levite? When we hear that word Levite, what is that talking about? Yeah, Emma? Descendants from the tribe. What were the tribes of Israel? What do we mean when we say tribes of Israel? Jose? No. The sons of Jacob. Remember, 10 of the tribes represent the sons of Jacob. There's 2 other tribes that represent sons of who? Anybody remember? No. Isaac is Jacob's dad. Okay, yes. Joseph. So really these are Jacob's grandsons is what we're going to look at. And those 2 tribes are Ephraim and Manasseh. And those are the 2 sons of Joseph that represent the tribes of Israel. And again, these were just groups of people. And so this was the tribes, and the way I look at it, and we're going to look at a map later on when they get into the promised land, they actually divide the land up based on tribes. Sort of similar in a way to how we have one country, right? The United States, and we have different states. How many of you have lived in a different state besides California? Who's lived in a different state? Nobody? You lived in a different state. You have? Where'd you live at? Minnesota, so that was cold. All right, so Minnesota, I've only lived in Indiana and California, so only in 2 there. But that's sort of how I look at it. So these tribes, there's 12 of them, but they make up one country. And that's what we're going to see when they get into the new land. Now, we looked at who these priests were. The first high priest was Aaron. Remember, Aaron is Moses' brother. And then Eleazar was the second one. The theme of Leviticus, be ye holy, for I am holy. The holiness of God. And it's all about how to worship God. So on page 46, we gave you the definition of the word holy. Definition of the word holy was devoted to God, set apart for a specific purpose. Holy. And we'll go through these quickly. Now let's get to this. This is what we look at. Okay. And again, I hope you have most of these written in. I'll give you just a second to just check it out. Make sure you've got them written in. The different sacrifices that were made to God, which the video sort of broke them down. Some of them were to say basically, thank you, and we looked at that yesterday. Some were to say for a problem with sin and repenting of your sin. And so all of these sacrifices, though, were very, very important in the Jewish life. And it gave you some of the different things. It wasn't always an animal that had to be sacrificed. But to understand, when you look at the sin sacrifices, it always dealt with an animal and it always dealt with blood. This is why it was so important that the blood of Jesus Christ was spilt, because what the Bible says, without the shedding of blood, there is no remission of sins. There had to be blood there, and Jesus died for us for that. Now, we put these in a couple of days ago. Who are priests in Christianity today? And that is Christians. We do not have to go and have somebody offer a sacrifice for us. And by the way, this is one of the cool things that we talk about, the crucifixion of Jesus and the moment he died, but one of the amazing things that moment he died was what happened in the temple. In the temple, we looked at it in the tabernacle. Remember, they have like that Holy of Holies where only the high priest was able to go into? They had something very similar to that in the temple, except this was about 30 feet. They had a curtain that separated it, and it's about 30 feet tall, and it's not a curtain like what you have at your house. This is a very, very thick curtain. And at the the moment that Jesus died, the Bible, it was rent in two, torn apart from top to bottom. And what was that to signify? That now every person has access to God. I don't need somebody to go into a holy of holies and pray for my sins, and to go to a half day of school, and then you get out for the rest of the week. Now it's like you get the whole week off. So there's different days that we've added, and don't you look forward to holidays and getting the day off of school? Was Monday nice? Yeah, it was nice. Now, one of the big differences between our holidays and these holidays, how many of you did anything different Monday because it was Columbus Day? Nothing. Oh, do you celebrate Columbus Day? Oh, okay. Sorry. How many of you celebrated Columbus Day? You did. And how did you celebrate?
We went out to Arizona to meet up with family.
And that you did in honor of Christopher Columbus?
Yes.
I don't think so. We don't do anything different on these holy day or these holidays that we have set apart. Some of them we do a little bit. We have like Christmas and different things like that. But there were very specific instructions for the people. The first was a Sabbath day, and we looked at this a little bit yesterday. We talked about it before. Sabbath day was Saturday. It was a day set apart. The Jewish people at this time, the work was very, very hard. This was not a go and sit in the office and work. And I understand those are hard jobs as well, but it's much different. And so these days right here were set apart for the people to rest and to honor God, to focus on God. This is an important thing. We don't have the Sabbath day like what it was back then. Remember, this is the only one of the 10 Commandments that is not mentioned again in the New Testament at all. We don't celebrate it like that. Let me say this. I would think that most of us are writing these in right now because I have not given you these before. So we should be writing in these holidays. You guys, I believe you guys can write and listen at the same time. I have great belief in your abilities. So write them while I'm talking. But that's the Sabbath day. The next one is the Passover. The Passover. The Passover, there was a meal they were supposed to eat. 7 days of unleavened bread. And in fact, when you look at the law, they were to go through their entire house to make sure there was not any there. And then they were to the first and seventh days to remember the deliverance from Egypt. In fact, that's where they get the entire name for this holiday. Remember, this was the 10th plague in Egypt. The death angel came through, and when he saw the blood on the doorpost, what did he do? Passed over. And this is where they get this Passover. There would be a sacrifice of a lamb. The Passover lamb would be sacrificed. And so that is one of the holy feasts where every Jewish person, every Jewish male, if they were able to, was required to go to Jerusalem. Now, Israel is not that big of a place, but when you have to walk, it becomes a lot bigger. For instance, us 70 miles is not that big a deal. Right? How have you been to Disneyland before? Right? We've been to Disneyland. We go there, you jump in the car, you drive down there, you drive back, right? It's no big deal at all. It's easy. Saturday, I went to SeaWorld, and that's even further. I don't know how far. I think that's over 100 miles. So I jump in the car, drive there for a few hours, drive back. I go, let's just say 250 miles, and that's nothing. For a person during this time, when you have to walk it, that's a lot. So that 70-mile trip is several days to go there. But all of them were supposed to be in Jerusalem, and Passover was one of those feasts. The next one we look at is the Feast of First Fruits, Feast of Weeks. This was to offer a portion of the first harvest. There were two different harvest seasons in Israel. One was those that sort of grew over the winter months. They would harvest that sort of in the spring. The other we see is, and we'll see that a little bit later, but they would take some harvest, give it back to God. And again, the reason for that, a very agricultural society. So harvest was very, very important. And I know that I'm blocking out or offer a portion of the first harvest is what that's supposed to be there. Then, the next three. Feast of Trumpets. Feast of Trumpets. This was the first day of the 7th month. And there was an assembly, the trumpets would blast, there would be an offering. there would be no work during this feast here. And then we looked at this a little bit. The video did, talking about the Day of Atonement. The Day of Atonement. And this was the 10th day of the 7th month, a day of fasting. The high priest enters the Holy of Holies with blood for atonement of sin. And that Day of Atonement points to the Lamb that would eventually come, as John the Baptist said, to take away the sins of the world. Jesus Christ was that sacrificial lamb that was sacrificed, and the Day of Atonement was all pointing towards him. Feast of Tabernacles was actually on in Israel just, I think last week was when it was going on. Feast of Tabernacles, which many of these feasts are still celebrated today in a much different way, but still celebrated today. In fact, here's some sort, maybe in Judaism, they still very much believe in the sacrifices. In fact, one day they will have these sacrifices again, but they are not doing it now. Anybody know why they are not having the sacrifices now? Even though they believe in them, they're not doing them now. Anybody know why? What's that? They don't have the temple. They are waiting till the temple is there. Then they will restart these sacrifices. And some of them, and I'll just share this. I don't want to get too confusing, but there's actually a sacrifice that involves a red cow. It's called a red heifer, okay? And right now, they have just worked on that. They are breeding these animals right now. And they have not had them for hundreds of years. But they are preparing themselves for the temple to be back. And I've already shared with you guys, in Jerusalem today, just 200 yards maybe from where you will enter the Temple Mount, whereas they want to build that temple, is a place called the Temple Mount Institute. In that institute is many of the much of the furniture that they want to put into this new temple, and that you find right there. So Feast of Tabernacles, that's sort of a cool one. What happens in the Feast of Tabernacles? This was to remember what we're really going to talk a lot about next book, the book of Numbers, where they wander in the wilderness. And to remember this, they sort of camp out for a week. 7 days, they camp out. And they will go outside. Now, today they still do this. They build what's called booths. And they will camp out. Now, sometimes they do it differently. In fact, when we were there last year, our guide was a Jewish rabbi. But he wasn't really one that was very strict on different things. As a porch outside, and they would eat most of their meals out there. They would stay out there for most of the day. But a lot of times they would come inside and sleep in their own bed and stuff like that. But really, according to how this was set up, they were to stay outside. Feast of Tabernacles is another feast that everybody would come to Jerusalem. Everybody would be there. And so this was a big feast. Again, just to remember, 40 years wandering around in the wilderness on a trip that should have taken them less than a month. They are wandering around for 40 years, and we're going to talk about why that happens. But this was a reminder of that. Okay? These are ones that would have happened every year. Now we're going to look at a few that happened different years, and the first one is a sabbatical year. Sabbatical year. And this is every 7th year. If you miss some of those, make sure you're writing them in as we're doing. If you miss some of them, just grab them from somebody else later there. But this, every 7th year. This was a year devoted to the Lord. And here's what they would do. They would let the land rest. Very fascinating thing. God's there are not any mountains in Indiana. It's all flat. All flat. And basically a lot of what you're going to see is farmland. Behind my house, there was a huge field that people would farm. And there was corn one year and beans the next year. They always rotated it. And the reason they rotate it is to grow a certain crop, it takes nutrients out of the soil for that crop. So if you always grow that same crop on that same piece of ground, eventually that ground will no longer be able to bring forth that crop, because you would have taken all of the nutrients for corn out of there. So what a farmer will do now is they will switch out. They'll have, in the situation I was in, they had corn and then beans. Corn and then beans. They would switch out every single year. Now some switch out, they go 2 years and then they go 2 years. But they would switch those out. Where God was saying, okay, give the land rest every 7th year. Now, they would not plant anything that year to give the ground time for the nutrients to come up. By the way, when we start getting into Kings and stuff like that, one of the things that they did not do, they were commanded to do, was this right here. Why do you think it was so hard for a farmer to do this? Why do you think that was hard? What's that? What happens if you don't have a crop that year? You don't have money. So what did they need to do? Sort of save up their money so they could get through a year without having all of that money. But what happens to our human nature? We become greedy, right? And so instead of following this and letting the land go aside, in fact, we're going to see a prophecy that they're going to go into exile for the amount of years that they did not follow this command. They did not obey this, but this was one they were supposed to do. Then, the year of Jubilee. Year of Jubilee. The 50th year, the property was returned to the original family, no farming, and Hebrew slaves free. Now, let me explain to you what was a Hebrew slave. Hebrew slavery is much different than what slavery it was in America's history. Here's what slavery would be at that time. It would be if I could not make it on my own, I would basically begin to work for somebody else and in a way become their slave. Now, what would happen is I would work for them for a period of time. And either this year of Jubilee or there was a certain amount of time that you would work for them, it would come up. Now, whoever you were working for, you were to go free. You were to go free, they were to let you go, and you had paid your debt to them. That's how that they worked this out in the very beginning here. And also, what would happen, let's say, it was the Jewish custom that land was very important. It's not our custom. For me, one day, when my parents, if they pass away, I am not going to move back to Indiana to take over the property. Why? It's not that big a deal, right? To us today. What would we do with that property? Probably sell it to somebody else, or maybe if a family member wants to come there and live there, they would work that out. But it would not. Now in Bible times, the land, and this is if, for instance, you grew up, you're older, you get married, where you're going to live? On that same land. They sort of would build a house, you begin living right there. You continue working the land. And so everybody stayed on that same piece of property for the most part. What would happen if they no longer had money? Let's say I'm broke. I can no longer keep up the land, so here's what I do. So out of debt, Bella would buy it, but when it came time for this Jubilee, what she would do is she would give it back to me. And so that's how they would work these things out, and these were just some of the day-to-day things that they had to work out. Now, that is the book of Leviticus. We spent quite a bit of time in there. I want to get into the book of Numbers right now, and we're going to talk about manna again. Manna again. Now, in Numbers chapter 1, this is, by the way, where they get the name Numbers. This is not the Hebrew name for this book, and we'll look at that tomorrow. But Numbers, God gave Moses a command to number the people of Israel. This is where we get that idea. I remember growing up, I'm thinking, you see those little pictures of Moses leading the children of Israel in the wilderness, and looks like there's 200 people there. Again, Bible scholars estimate 1.5 to 3 million people. I think we put down in our books like 2 million. We're not all the way sure, but the way we get that number is from the census that was taken. This year there's a census in the United States. Any, you guys heard about that? The census. In fact, if you haven't taken it yet, if your parents haven't taken it, you've probably had a guy come to your door and knock on your door. How do I know that? Because I haven't done it yet, and they've been there like twice. So I got to actually take the census and fill the thing out, all of that. But they want to know how many people are there. That's what a census was for. So at the beginning of the book of Numbers, God told Moses, I want you to take a census. I want you to see how many people. Now, the only number we have recorded is the men over the age of 20 who were able to fight. So I don't think it gives necessarily a cutoff date, but it would be guys over the age of 20 that had the ability, the health to go out and to be soldiers for the army. And that's the only numbers we have. It's called the Book of Numbers because it reports the numbers of the census. So that's sort of a bad book name, I guess, because that's all it means. So when you think of numbers, one of the things you're going to think of is census. That's why the book of Numbers also has parts that are not very exciting at all. Genealogies. You guys know what a genealogy is? That's when you read in the Bible and it's like this person be family tree. Now we read those and you know what we're like? I can't even say these guys' names. I don't know anything about these guys. Why is it in here? But it's very, very important. So it's called Numbers because it reports the numbers of the census. So that's they really dig deep to try to get the name for this book. That's where they get the name of the book. All right, let me see. We'll come back to that. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Okay? We're going to see in the book of Numbers, Israel, so far, things have been going pretty well. They've gotten the law. We've seen some mistakes, and we're going to see them in the book of Numbers. But things have gone well. It's until we get to this book of Numbers where we see the big mistake that Israel's going to make, and it's when they're so close to being free. So close to being where they want to be. But they're going to make a big mistake, and that's going to change everything for them, and we'll look at that a little bit more tomorrow. Let me go back to that one right there. I'm not sure if everybody got those notes in. I know a few of you looked like when I was done, you were still trying to fill some of those in. Let me say this. When we're going through these notes, it is your responsibility to write them in. Some of you have not done that. That is your job. Make sure you're writing them in as we're going over them, okay? If you have this done, you are dismissed. I'll give you that. That's for Numbers, right? We'll do that a little bit tomorrow, okay? Since I'm not going to... This one I won't go all the way back for. That one will be the first one I start out with. So I'll give you a little bit of time tomorrow for that.
Okay, we are past time to start. Okay, class, going live. Thank you. Okay, quiet please. We're on lesson 18, and I think page 7, right?
Mr. Brown, did this like bring up my grade a little bit?
Well, that was included in that average, yeah.
So what am I at right now?
Still at the same as yesterday,
Okay.
because that was part of that,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Okay, so we are talking about the S waves now. We're right in the middle of page 7 of your notes. Yes, okay, my mic's going. I am hooked up, that's good. So I'm ready to go. Okay, page 7 of your notes, right in the middle. Now, DLs, just like I said in class yesterday, if you remember, we're going to finish lesson 18 and we're going to go right into lesson 19. Lesson 19 probably has a reading quiz on it. Okay, so when we come to that, we're going to take a moment and take that reading quiz and then hit lesson 19 also today. Okay. Okay, so the two energy waves that we had were the P waves. They are the fastest. They are the ones that come the quickest. The first ones that you see. Okay. Your second ones, the P waves are more of a roving type of a wave. The S waves are more of your springy, or do I have that backwards? I have that backwards. Okay. The P waves are the springy ones. Okay. And the S waves are like shaking a rope. You get that snake type of effect. Okay. So if we were to go out to the green field, which we're not doing, if we were to go out to the green field and now, Jaden, don't get excited about what I'm about to say, okay? Okay. Chase, don't get excited about what I'm saying. Not saying you too, but I'm just saying don't get excited, okay? But if we were to go out to the green field and form a line and hold hands, okay?
I'm getting so excited.
Calm down, Chip, Cody. Calm down.
I'm laughing at
Okay. Calm down. If we were to hold hands, okay, and do, he made me think about this, so it's all John's fault here. If we were to start at one side and we did the, the movement, that's what we would be talking about is the S wave, okay? And so if it was a true wave that went on, and if Cody started it and passed it on to Bella, okay, and then Bella passed it on to Nico, and Nico passed it on to Erica, okay, and by the time it got to the end of the line, okay, if it's done right, that person at the end should be really waving, because the wave should be more consistent and stronger at the end versus at the beginning, okay, because it's got to start slow, and then it builds up, okay? But that's what the S wave is all about, okay? They travel at 2.2 miles per second, okay? Still fast enough to cause problems, but yet not as fast as the P waves. Then you have the surface waves. The P waves and the S waves are your two energetic waves. The surface waves are just generated by the P and the S waves. Okay? They're similar, to the ocean waves? Okay. Have you ever been up on a boat out in the deep sea? You've been out deep sea on a boat? I have. I will never go again. Okay.
I would.
Okay. John? Oh, did you? I've driven close to it, but not. Nope. Okay. To kind of hurry this experiment along, or this experience that I had, I went out deep sea fishing once. Once. Okay? To say I did it. Okay? Now, hey, we went out deep sea fishing, and so we were on this boat, okay? And so it was an overnight trip. So they had the bunks down in the boat and everything, and we were out so far that the true waves of the ocean started kicking in. Okay? And I mean, it was true waves where you could be on the boat and it would, and then it get to the top of the wave and it go, boom. And it was that way all night long. Okay? And before we went on this trip, we had the patch for seasickness. It didn't help.
I don't get
Okay? It didn't help. I got seasick. And where my bunk was, and there was no way I could change it, my bunk faced the door of the back of the boat. Okay? So I'm laying there seasick, and I did throw up over the boat, okay, or over the side of the boat. But as I was laying there, you could see the back of the boat go down, and then you saw the sky, and then you saw the water, and you saw the sky, okay, or the darkness because, it was at night. And so even that, I didn't get any relief by laying down in my bunk because I could see it. But that's what we're talking about. The true waves, that's what the surface waves, they're like. They're similar to ocean waves. Up and down type things. They shake the ground from side to side. They travel from 1.2 miles per second. And they're felt over greater distances because they do not weaken as quickly as they travel. Micah? It was fun, and then when we got back about 2 hours out of San Diego, the waters were calm, and I enjoyed that, and we got to fish, or I did, and so that was okay. I enjoyed that part, but not the deep sea area. Okay, so we've been talking about these waves. So how do seismologists use them? They record them by using what's called a seismograph, okay? Using a seismograph. That's an instrument that records and studies the vibrations caused by these earthquakes, okay? So every earthquake that you see or hear about, someone has taken one of these machines and have produced a recording of what that earthquake caused, a seismograph. A seismometer is part of the seismograph where it has this needle, it has a paper like a graph type paper, and it has a needle, and as you can see on the diagram, it's marking back and forth, okay? So the greater the earthquake, the wider the recording is, okay? So on this chart, it started out as a P wave back here, and then it grew, and then you got the S wave, and then all of a sudden it took off with a major earthquake. So it starts off light, and then here you've got the big part, which is the actual earthquake that was going on. And that's how they tell the size, whether it was a 3.4 or 4.5 or sometimes 5.6 point whatever, okay? The big one that they're expecting is going to be 7 plus, okay? Which means total devastation, okay? Of land, buildings, whatever, okay? So that's going to be a major earthquake. So a seismometer is what they use to get the recording done. It consists of that pendulum, okay, that hangs there, and it just records back and forth those lines on that seismometer. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Chase. Okay, so it keeps track of the motion, displaying movement as a line graph paper. Okay. Kind of talked about that already. A seismogram is the record produced. Okay. A seismometer is what's making the lines. A seismogram is the picture that's produced. Okay? So you have a seismologist. Okay? Let's go back a little bit just to get these words clear in our mind. You have a seismograph, that's the machine. Okay? You have a seismometer, that's the picture that you are getting, okay? Or it's the device that detects the movement. And then you have the seismogram, that's the picture that gets produced, okay? Now that's the end of lesson 18. Okay, so give me a moment. I'll change lessons. Yes, sir, John. Why is what? Lesson 18 or 19? It should be. It should be the next page. Oh, so it would be lesson 20 then. 21. Sorry. So yeah, lesson 21, because the other ones were the STEM project that I haven't totally decided on yet. I'm coming close. Coming close. It came up on me quite sudden, so I wasn't totally ready for it. Okay, lesson 21 is your next notes, right? Okay, thanks, John, for that. Because then I confused. What? You just put them in, yeah. Okay, lesson 21. So it's a shorty. Okay. You are in luck. No reading quiz. Let's do a little bit of review. Okay. What is the point at which an earthquake begins? John? You forgot. Brianna? The hypocenter. Okay? Or the focus of it. Okay? Another word. What is the point on the Earth's surface directly above the hypocenter? The epicenter. Okay? And let's just do it as a class. That's okay. What is the most active earthquake zone, also called the Ring of Fire? Circum-Pacific Belt. Okay? Good. What are the fast-traveling seismic waves? The P waves or the primary waves. Now, let me say this. When it comes to something like this, and this question might be on a quiz or test or whatever, if you put both of them, you get extra credit for the other one. Okay? But either one is a correct answer. Does that make sense? So you could put P waves, or you could write out primary waves. But if you put both, you get the extra credit for putting both. Does that make sense?
How much extra credit?
1 point. It's always just 1 point.
Just forgot 99.
You get 100. Okay. Okay. What are the rhythmic side-to-side waves that occur at right angles to the direction of the wave traveled? Side to side stands for your S waves, okay? Or your secondary waves. What is the type of seismic wave that is generated when P and S waves reach the Earth's surface? Class? Surface waves. Okay? The clue is in the question. What instrument is used to record and study earthquake waves? Okay? Seismograph. Okay, here we are. Lesson 21. Okay? DLs, I hope you're with me. Okay? I haven't seen any names yet. Okay? So I'm not sure if you are there. Okay? Or not. So please let me know you are watching. Okay? Okay. Determining distance. The farther an earthquake is from a seismograph station, the longer the intervals between the arriving of the P waves and the S waves. Okay, we were going to read example on page 46. Due to our time, we're going to skip that, but yeah, take your books out. Page 46. No, that's a good one. That's a long one. No, it's not. Oh, where's it at? Okay. We're on page 46. It's just a real quick one, so follow along or just listen. Okay? If an earthquake, I'm in the very first paragraph there under determining distance. 46. If an earthquake occurs 50 kilometers or 31 miles away from a seismograph station, the P waves will arrive in 8.6 seconds, while the S waves will not arrive for 14 seconds. Okay? So, the further it is out, the more time it takes for the P waves to change into S waves. Okay? A seismograph station 200 kilometers or 124 miles away will detect the P waves in 34 seconds and the S waves in 57 seconds. Okay? So the further out the station is from the epicenter, okay, or the hypocenter, that area, the longer it's going to take to get the reading accomplished. Okay? So, the distance of an earthquake cannot be determined by this method, only the distance. Okay? Thus, the location of the earthquakes cannot be pinpointed by a single seismograph. Okay? So, what happens is this. If a 3 widely separated seismographs record an earthquake, the epicenter is where all 3 of them overlap. That's how they can determine where the earthquake happened. Okay? So on this diagram on the picture, on the screen, this one happened right here at San Francisco. Because all 3 circles intersect right there. Okay? So one seismograph station, okay, can't determine it. 2 gets us a decent picture, but not a precise. So you need 3 of them overlapping each other to get a pinned point location of where that earthquake started. If a circle is drawn around each other stations with a radius equal to the distance of the earthquake, the focus and epicenters are located at the point at the map where they intersect. Okay? So the seismograph, the radius of where it was, okay, from center to the outside of the circle is called the radius. So how far that is, you draw a circle, it draws a circle of that, and that's how they determine the radius and how far away it went. Okay? So you can see some of these circles are way up into Canada. That earthquake in San Francisco was felt. Okay? There's warning systems that go on to help us detect. Okay? First, we start off with this, the Earthquake Early Warning System, or the EEW. It's a system that uses measurements of P waves to calculate the epicenter and the strength of an earthquake and sends those alerts to areas likely to be affected. Okay? So it senses it, and then maybe it quickly sends out a reading to prepare those cities, those areas of what's to come. And it may read it even before it hits the epicenter. The warning cannot help those close to the epicenter, but gives those farther away a chance. Okay? About a 2-minute distance, just a minute, about a 2 minutes of warning. That's not very long, but yet it's enough to give somebody an idea of what's coming up. Okay? Cody, what were you going to say?
I said, so if we're close to the epicenter, we're screwed, but if we're far away, we're good.
You're better off, yeah. Okay? If you're on the epicenter itself, you might be toast. Okay? So what do you do when you have an earthquake? Okay? Here's just a few things. Okay? John?
How does it happen where an earthquake, the ground goes like this and then comes back?
What kind of an earthquake is that?
What does it happen in earthquake?
It happens because of what's it called? ERT. The elastic rebound theory. Okay? But yeah, it happens. Okay? Okay, so if an earthquake happens, be prepared. They can come suddenly and unexpectedly during the day or at night. Okay? Store emergency supplies. Okay? Be ready for it to come. Create an emergency plan for your family. If your parents don't have one, maybe talk to them about having one. Okay? Prepare your home for an earthquake. Okay? And like I said, everything that is like those shells, they're fastened to the wall. So anything like that at home should be fastened to your wall. Natalie? Well, there's truth to part of that, okay? A lot of times because of the framework of where you're at can protect you from falling objects, okay? But sometimes if you're outside, there's nothing to protect you, okay? So if the ground splits up, okay, and we have Micah, okay, and he's standing there and the ground splits between his legs and he has to start doing the splits, okay, there's nothing to protect him. And if he happens to be under a tree, then gravity, Einstein's theory, that apple's going to fall on his head, okay? But being inside, okay, don't panic. But if you're inside, okay, if you're inside, stay inside. Don't go outside, because as you're going outside, things from your roof might be falling off, okay? Find a safe place. Generally, on an earthquake, the safest place is under something like a table, a desk, or maybe a doorway, because the frame is strong. The frame's not going to fall down. Everything around it might be, okay? And if you get into a door frame, suck in your gut, okay? No, I'm just kidding, okay? But be there, okay? Drop, cover, and hold on, okay? And then if outdoors, my picture's in the way, but run away from buildings and overhead power lines, okay? Because you don't want those falling on you, okay? If we have an earthquake drill here, okay, what would you do? What are you supposed to do?
Go under the desk and then cover your back.
You're supposed to get underneath your desk, okay? Now, teachers are probably going to stand in the doorway. For one, I can't get under the desk like that, okay? Okay, but you can. Now, what part of your body should be under the desk more? The upper torso, okay? Because if your leg gets hit, you can still live. But if your head gets hit by something falling, you might die or be severely injured, okay? So you want your upper torso, especially your head, underneath the desk more than the rest of the backside of your body, okay? Okay. Homework tonight, reading pages 48 to 50, but I'm including quiz 5 review. Okay? What? I know. So we'll do the quiz on Friday. Okay? Quiz 5 on Friday. So be prepared for it. I should have told you this the other day, then we could have done it tomorrow, but I'll be good. DLs, quiz on Friday, not tomorrow. Okay, even though it's not in your notes, add it to your notes. Quiz, prepare for quiz 5, and that will be on Friday. Okay, so right now, DLs, that's going to conclude the lesson today, and we're done a little bit early. That's okay. Go hop in the car, go over to Sonic, get you a cherry limeade, okay, and enjoy, okay, until you
take out your literature books. Okay, go ahead and take out your literature books, class. Settle down. Jasmine, Destiny, be quiet. Okay. We are going to finish Men of Iron. All right. Go to page number 52. Just for a little review really quickly. Okay, who was the antagonist in this story, class? Miles, good. Who was the antagonist? John? The Earl of what? Mackworth, good. The Earl of Mackworth. Okay. What happened in the story? Why was he in the garden? What was he trying to get? His ball, okay. Who were the two women or the two ladies in the garden? Okay, Lady Anne and Lady Alice. Who was the Earl of Mackworth's daughter? Which one was that one? Good, Lady Anne. Okay, who did Miles kind of have a crush on? Lady Alice. Okay, Lady Alice and Lady Anne. How many times did Miles come back to the garden to tell them stories? 7 times, okay? So then they're in the garden, he's telling them stories, then he sees who in the garden, Brianna? The Earl of Mackworth, okay? The Earl of Mackworth is in the garden. Let's look at the maturity, okay? The theme of this is the maturity shown by Miles, okay? But let's look at the maturity that he showed. Chase, can you figure out how to actually, never mind. It's fine, I can figure it out. Oh, never mind, there it is. Thank you. Okay. All right, so the Earl of Mackworth is there, and normally for anybody, he would just be thrown into prison or beheaded or something of punishment by the Earl of Mackworth, okay? So in order to protect him, Lady Anne and Lady Alice were saying, oh, it's our fault, we asked him to come back. But then let's look on page number 52. Okay, page number 52. About probably the third to the last stanza where it says Miles hesitated. You guys see that? Page 52. Okay, page 52, she says, Miles hesitated for a moment or two. His throat was tight and dry. Nay, said he at last, she belieth herself. It was I who first came into the garden. I fell by chance from the tree yonder. I was seeking a ball. Then I asked these two if I might come hither again, and so have done several times in. But as for her, nay, it was not at her bidding that I came, but through me and mine own asking. So this is where we see his maturity, okay? Number one, Miles told the truth, okay? He told the truth, all right? The second time we see the maturity in Miles is on the right-hand column. Jose, put on your mask. Michael, put on your mask. Nico, everyone put on your mask, okay? All right? So he's talking to the Earl. He's saying, I'm the one who came into the garden. But another time where we see him tell the truth and show maturity is on the right-hand side. Okay, look at the second column where it says Miles picked. Okay, look at it with me. It says, Miles picked with nervous fingers at a crack in the oaken post against which he had leaned. He said, Mayhap thou wilt kill me, said he at last in a dull, choking voice. Again the Earl smiled a grim smile. Nay, said he, I will not slay thee, for thou hast gentle blood. Okay? He's taking responsibility here, okay? So he knows that the punishment is death or anything if you're in the garden, all right? So he's saying, Mayhap that will kill me, he said at last in a dull, choking voice. So he's taking responsibility. There's no excuses for what he did. Okay, so that's number two. There was no excuses. A third time where he saw, a third time where it's showing maturity in Miles, if you guys see in the next stanza, again, the Earl smiled a grim smile. Nay, said he, I would not slay thee, for thou hast gentle blood. What do you think it means to have gentle blood? Okay, he's kind-hearted. What else, John?
Not a lot of people have that here.
Exactly. Not a lot of people have that characteristic. He is gentle blood. He's not fighting back. He's taking responsibility. So he's very respectful to the Earl of Mackworth, okay? And then if you guys keep reading down, all right, who was Miles's father that had been defamed? You guys remember? Okay, let's go back really quickly. On page 48, okay, his father, Lord Falworth. Make sure you know who his father is on page 48 in the intro. Okay, Lord Falworth is Miles's father. All right, if you guys look back on page 52, he says, the fear Miles had felt, it was now beginning to dissolve in rising wrath. Nay, he said stoutly, I be no lord and I be no prince, but I be as good as thou. He says, I'm not a lord or I'm not a prince, but I'm good like you are. I'm a man who's trying to earn respect back to my father's name. And that's the whole reason why he was there, is he was going to become a squire to earn or to redeem his father. He says, for am I not the son of thy one time very true comrade and thy kinsman, to wit, the Lord Falworth, whom, as thou knowest, is poor and broken and blind, okay, and helpless and outlawed and banned? Yet I would rather be in his place than in yours, for though he be ruined you. And then basically he's trying to redeem his father. He's standing up for his father. That's where he's showing maturity, okay? He's taking up and defending his father. So he shows maturity in the way that he told the truth. He showed maturity in the way that he didn't tell excuses, or he didn't make any excuses. He showed maturity in being respectful, having gentle blood. And then he showed maturity in taking up and defending his father, okay? So in the end, Earl spares Miles's life because of the way that he responded, okay? If you guys see that, it says, hark he on page 53, okay? Page 53, the top paragraph on the second-hand column, or right-hand column, it says, hark ye, thou sayest, I think not of mine old comrade. I will show thee that thou dost belie me. I will suffer what thou hast said to me for his sake, and for his sake will forgive thee for coming hither, which I would not do in another case to any man. So, because Miles was respectful and reacted the way that he did, the Earl spared Miles' life. Okay, if you guys even look at the very bottom in that little excerpt, it says, unknown to Miles, Lord Falworth and the Earl of Mackworth are secretly working to conduct a plan to have Miles knighted by the king. However, Miles has a long journey ahead of him and will face many obstacles. Okay, so basically, even though he didn't know that his father, Lord Falworth, and the Earl of Mackworth were working together to make him a knight, he didn't know that, but he still responded in humility, and he still responded respectfully, okay? And that's the theme of the work, is maturity shown by Miles. Okay, make sure you guys know the lines from page 52, okay? On the right-hand column towards the bottom, it says, I be no lord and I be no prince, but I be as good as thou. Make sure you know that. That is from the Men of Iron by Howard Pyle, okay? All right, go ahead and check out your grammar books. We are going to learn that, review this quickly before we take our vocab quiz. Okay, go to page number 41, well, in this book, the blue book, page 41, and then in the green book, page number 38. Good. Okay, page 38 in this book. All right. Should have done exercise C and D. Okay, let's go through that quickly. Let's answer as a class, okay? For number 1, what should we put for those contractions, class? Wheel. We will is, a contraction for that is wheel, W-E''L-L. Number 2, let us. What would we do for that, class? Let's with an apostrophe S. Number 3, I had. I'd, I apostrophe D. Number 4, they are. There. They Number 4 for those in the blue book, it is. It's It'. Good. Number 6 in the blue book, cannot. And number 5, where will we do that? Can't. Okay. CAN'T, would not. Wouldn't. WOULDN'T. Do not. Don't. Okay. Don't. DON'T. Number 8, will not. Won't. Number 9, you are. Your. Good. YOU''RE. Okay. Make sure you guys are not confusing that with just YOUR. Okay. Remember, YOU''RE is a contraction for you are. YOUR is showing possession. All right. A lot of people mix those up today. So make sure you guys know the differences. Okay. Exercise D on page 38 as well as page 42. Okay. I'm going to go through these quickly. Let's do the green book first, and then we're going to move on to the to the blue book, okay? Number 1, that could easily be whose prize, Brianna? Which one? Not the first one. It's showing whose prize. It's showing possession, so that one would be anybody with the apostrophe S, okay? Number 2, the salvation of your soul is more important than anything else. Jaden, which your did you choose? The second one. Good. It's not the salvation of your soul. It's the salvation of your soul. Okay. Number 3, Alicia, blank, be going to the cookout on Friday. John, what's that one? The first one. Won't. You're not going to say willn't. Okay. Alicia won't be going to the cookout on Friday. Number 4, Nico, what did you do for that one? Or which one did you choose? Not the first one, okay? You would choose the second one because it's showing possession of whose tail. You're not saying it is tail because it with an apostrophe S is a contraction for it is, right? So you would choose it's without the apostrophe. So the dog caught its tail in the door. Okay, number 5, Jane thought the book was hers. Emma, which hers did you choose? The first one. You're not going to say Jane thought that the book was her is or not whatever. It's not saying whose, her is. It's just saying her book. Okay. Number 6, Eddie, whose book bag is that by the door? Cody, which whose did you choose? Good. The second whose. Okay. Number 7. There's room at the cross for you. Emily? Good. There is room at the cross for you. Not theirs. It's not showing possession. Okay. Number 8. Christians must be wary of Satan and his deceptions. Which his did you choose, Jose? The first one. Good. Number 9, you haven't been to Sweetwater Lake before, have you? John, which one did you choose? Not the second one. Remember, you would put the apostrophe between the N and the T, okay? Because the apostrophe is used to indicate where the word or the letter O would be within that, okay? Number 10, it's time to leave, called Mother. Chase, which it's did you choose? The first one. Good. It is time to leave, called Mother. Number 11, that house is the Williams. Hudson, which one did you choose? Not the first one. Okay, it's actually the second one because the Williams, all right, Williams is plural. Not the plural, but Williams, that's his name. And it's saying the Williams, so it's a last name. So Williams is already their last name, so then you're going to add an apostrophe S to that. The only time you wouldn't add an apostrophe S to a word already plural is if it's the plural word and it's showing possession. But then Williams is their actual last name, so that's why you would say Williams is. Does that make sense? Okay. Number 12, the sparkle of the jewels was amazing. You would choose the first jewels. Okay, let's go through number exercise D on page 42 for the other book very quickly. All right. Is that new Mercedes yours? Bella, which one did you choose? Good, the first one. Jason, number 2, which its did you choose? Huh? The second. It is almost time to leave for church. Number 3, she cannot remember which dish is hers. Destiny, which one did you choose?
The first one.
Good, the first one. Number 4, we should be thankful for the liberty that is ours. Jasmine, which one did you choose? Good, the first one, not ours is. They're deciding right now who's going to have the leading role. Cheyenne, what did you put for number 5? Okay, they are deciding right now who's going to have the leading role. Okay, that one would be who is with an apostrophe S. They are deciding who is going to have the leading role. Okay, number 6, Christians must be wary of Satan and his tricks. You're going to choose the first one. Okay, salvation of your soul is more important than anything else. Who can raise their hand and tell me which one they chose? Jezreel? Number 7, the salvation of your soul. Which one would you choose? The first one. Good. You're not saying the salvation of your soul. You're saying the salvation of your soul. Okay? Number 8, whose book is this lying on the floor? Okay, Ariana? Good, the first one. You're not saying who is book, you're saying whose book. Number 9, there's room at the cross for all who will accept Christ. Jasmine, where did you put for that one? Second one, there is room. Good. 10, the fox caught its paw in a trap. Bella? Good, the first one. You're not saying the fox caught its paw. You're saying the fox caught its paw. Number 11, our duet and theirs tied for first place at the competition. Jaden. Oh, you have the second one. Destiny. Yes, there's the second one. Number 12, I hope that you're aware of the dangerous driving conditions. Number 12, Jason, which one did you choose? Sorry? The second one, I hope that you are aware. Number 13, he was chosen for who's who in America among high school students. Cheyenne, 13, which one did you choose? Not exactly. It's the second one. It's saying he was chosen for who is who, okay? Who's who. Number 14, it is not wise to have too many irons in the fire. Bella? First one. And then Jason, that could easily be anybody's prize. Sorry? Not the first one, the second one, because it's showing whose prize. Okay? All right. Go ahead and put those away. No homework tonight. It is Wednesday, so no homework in grammar. Okay, no homework in literature. But then we do have a quiz today in spelling, all right? So go ahead and clear your desk. Okay, yes? Yeah, I'll check that later, okay? All right, clear your desk, put all the books away, close your books. Jaden, Cheyenne, Jose, close your book. Jaden, come on. All right. What is habitually inattentive, careless, irresponsible, class? Negligent, okay. What does it mean to recall, remember, recollect? Reminisce. What is mournfully longing, yearning? Wistful. What does it mean to grow? Okay. What is war material such as weapons? Okay. What is additional helping? Okay. Auxiliary. What is vertical, precipitous, steep? Perpendicular. What is intellectually deep? Profound. What is trust, confidence, dependence? Okay. reliance. All right. That is your vocab. Make sure you guys know how to combine your words for spelling. The rule is, remember, when you have a suffix ending with or beginning with a consonant and your word is ending with a vowel, you can leave the vowel, but remember there are some exceptions to the rule, like judgment. Okay, so make sure you guys are remembering those. We're going to go ahead. Jezreel, please put your book away. Okay. Oh, sorry. Good catch. There we go. Oh, sorry.
Hello. Sorry, distant learners. Hello, I think you hear me now. I'm so sorry you guys couldn't hear me the whole time. No, not the Persians. Who did we talk about yesterday that had this form of government? One of the main people of Greece. Your guys' favorite people.
The Persians.
Spartans. Good. They have this oligarchy form of government, okay, because, right, they have the rich were like the Spartan warriors, okay, but what were the other class of people? So like the farmers, the normal people called?
Ionians.
We had a specific term. No. Helots. Good job. Helots. Okay, those were the farmers, normal people of Sparta. Then we got into the Peloponnesian League and a few other things. So we're going to jump right in where we left off. Get those up on the screen for you guys. Good job. Okay, this is where we focus in. We're not talking or laughing. All right, that should be good. Distant learners, you should be able to hear me. Throw your name in there so I can see that you're on right now, so I can put you for attendant. All right, make sure we all have our mask on, at least over our face. I'm okay with it being below your nose, but Nico, Cody, please get your mask on and put it at least over your mouth. Obviously, we have COVID, but it's getting fall, winter season. People are getting congestion. Flu's going to start going around, okay? So we got to be extra careful, not just because COVID, but with those things. Okay, since we have to wear a mask, we might as well use it. All right, we ended yesterday talking about these forms of government. Okay, but we're going to talk about some people. I think we already talked about this guy, right? No? All right, maybe not. That was maybe my other class, okay? So we're going to get into where, right, we had the Spartans, they're kind of ruling, but then we're going to see where the Athenians come back to power. And with this, Athens followed this cycle of oligarchy form of government with democracy. Okay, Athens' movement toward democracy began with the laws of this man, Solon. Solon, he's an aristocrat who introduced democratic principles in Athenian government. Solon. You sure I didn't do this yesterday? We did do it. Oh, maybe it must have been my other class. Sorry. All right, with this, another famous philosopher or aristocrat is Pericles. Oh, sorry, I can go back. It's okay, just relax. How's everyone's day going today? Great day? Hope you're having a good day. I joined the jacket squad. I'm actually pretty warm, but I don't feel like taking it off. All right, Solon. Then we have, like I said, Pericles. He's an aristocrat who brought the Athenian democracy to its fullest measure. Okay, so where did this democracy start with? Which aristocrat? His name was? No, who did it start with? Solon. Where did the democracy reach its fullest extent or greatest extent? Under Pericles. It's democratic. Democratic. Demo, D-E-M-O, cratic. C-R-A-T-I-C. C-R-A-T-I-C. Okay, Pericles dominated this in Athens from 461 to 429 BC. Okay, so about 40 years. Okay, he brought the Athenian democracy, like I said, to its fullest measure or degree or strength. Until Pericles came onto the scene, the right to attend the assembly and to hold public office had been of little practical value to the poor. Okay, so before Pericles, doing this public democracy was kind of not known, right? A lot of oligarchy type of government with the rich, not the poor, was put into this country. Okay, so we're going to see Pericles, okay, brought this together. Men who had to work for a living could not afford the time to participate in politics. So again, we're seeing this conflict of, hey, they're trying to have a democracy, the rule of all people, right, evenly, but there's problems because the people, the common people, right, so like in today's society, we have some people have a 9-to-5 job, right, so you have to work during your time. Some people don't. Some people work on their own schedule. Some people work longer, right? So in this time, the people that would be in government or politics were those who were rich, either that didn't have to work because they were born rich, or maybe they had a job where they owned it or something, like thinking our day and age kind of mindset, right? So they didn't have to have a specific time. They could take off work and go and be part of this democracy. But people that had to work every day, constantly, for long hours to be able to make money for their family, for the week, right? Maybe they're living day by day, week by week. Okay, these people could not be part of the government because they could not get the time. Okay, so because of this, Pericles called for fees to be paid to those serving in the government. Okay, so we're going to see this help. So those who are poor, they could still be part of the government because there'd be fees to pay those people. So say they missed time on work, they would still get paid for going and being a part of this democracy government. Okay, for the first time in world history, political participation became a realistic possibility for many poor people. Okay, so this is going to turn to something we call representative democracy. Okay, Periclean Athens had complete democracy, virtually unknown today. In a modern representative democracy like we have up there, which is where the people elect a few men who represent them in government, pretty common sense, democracy like government, representative meaning represented by people. Okay, this is, again, the people elect a few men who represent them in government. Okay, we're going to see it turn into Athens will become and is or was a direct democracy. So you have representative democracy. Give you time to write it down. Yes, sir.
So, like, we are represented democracy, right? We have a representative from every state.
Kind of. Government was run a little bit different. I want to say yes, but not completely, right? Because we still have, like, how can I break this down? We still have forms like high branches of government, right? You have executive, which is the president. Then you have judicial and legislative. Those are the three main branches. Okay, but yes, we also have part of our democracy is representative. Our electoral votes and governors and representatives from each state that represent our state. So it is part of our government, but that's not all of our government. Does that make sense? Okay, so not only representative democracy, we also have direct democracy. Jose, put your ruler down, man. Right. Direct democracy is when the people themselves made the big decision of government directly, rather than indirectly through representatives. Okay, so rather than having, it's pretty common sense, so representative democracy, yes ma'am. This one? You got it? All right. So representative democracy, common sense. What kind of democracy is it? It's ruled by who? Yes, but by representatives, right? Representative democracy, ruled by or run by representatives of the people. Direct democracy. So again, common sense. It's direct. So it means it's ruled by, it's on the screen, cheat sheet, ruled by who? People. By the people directly rather than representatives. Okay, pretty common sense. Yes, sir. Quickly. Okay, this is going to lead us into a time only relatively small places like Greek cities can have direct democracy, because in ancient Athens, all adult free males could assemble in one place, speak and listen to speeches, and then make decisions for the city. Okay, only small cities could do this. That's why we can't really do it for like large countries, right? Doesn't really make sense. You can't have a direct democracy because not all of us people could show up in one place instantly, right? Our capital for America is Washington, D.C. Okay, say, hey, we're going to do a meeting. It's not like everyone could just go meet at one place, right? It doesn't work that way. So we have more of a representative style of democracy. Does that make sense? All right. So because they had these small cities, they kind of would gather to get together as their city, and they would vote in that sense. Okay, as the history of Athens shows, direct democracy is stable and workable only when it is blessed with extraordinary leaders such as Pericles. Okay, so someone to kind of lead them, guide the people together to make the right decisions. Because if you don't have a great leader, Okay, we're going to have a lot of different philosophies and thoughts, and we're going to see what we've seen already in Greece's history. Or say one guy, hey, we need to do this. Okay, so say Cheyenne says, hey, guys, to make this class better, we have to do this. Okay, but Natalie says, no, to make this class better, we have to do this. Right, so if you don't have a leader to bring everyone together, okay, there's going to be problems. We're going to have a civil war between Natalie and Cheyenne. All right, ultimate smackdown. I'm just kidding. But that would happen in like a city style of direct democracy. Okay, so this is going to lead where Pericles led them. So Pericles owed his position of leadership to the great intelligence he displayed with his power of speech. Speaking ability counted for more than anything else when the Athenian assembly met. Okay, you have to know how to speak. If you didn't know how to speak well or be able to convince people, okay, well, no, you'd slip up. I mean, yes, it would. But then people wouldn't follow you. They would, well, this guy's not a good leader. He doesn't even know how to, like, talk to us correctly, okay? So it's very important to have someone like that. A man like Pericles who could give beautiful and persuasive speeches almost always carried the day. Pericles used his eloquent speeches to lift the eyes of the Athenians above petty selfishness and encourage strong patriotism. Belief in gods of the city was no longer enough to unite the city under his citizens, right? In the beginning of a lot of these nations, okay, right? We talked about how the families kind of ruled everything by and with the families we had the worship of their gods, their false gods. Remember us talking about that? Okay, so with that, this isn't enough. They're growing as a nation, an empire. Their belief just as a family and of their false gods wasn't enough to keep them all together. Okay, so they had to have this form of government. The city's gods were gradually going the way of the old family gods. So in his greatest speech, Pericles made no mention of gods. So they kind of weren't relevant anymore. He tried instead to make the individual and the city one by painting a beautiful word picture of Athens. The great city he described was an ideal, but it was close enough to the real Athens that people really believed in it for a while. The selfish struggle between rich and poor was temporarily suspended as all looked upon Athens as a city worth dying for. Okay, so we're going to see under this leader Pericles, right, and under this style of government, we're going to see them come together. They're going to forget about, hey, I'm rich, hey, I'm poor, because it's all for the growth and better of Athens, okay, under this leader. Okay, so Pericles spoke of a city destined for immortal fame and glory, in which all citizens could have a share. Above all, there was freedom. Okay, so Pericles stated this: freedom to have a say in public business, freedom to live a private life without undue interference, freedom to rise by one's own merits from poverty and obscurity to renown and wealth. Okay, yet this freedom did not mean lawlessness. You couldn't just do whatever you wanted. Okay, or, so Pericles said to the Athenians, he also said, freely obeyed in laws of authority, freely refrained from injuring one another, freely displayed the valor necessary to defend the city in war. Okay, so he kind of made these decrees, these statements, okay, for the people of Athens to live by, to structure them, okay? Now, if you think about it, what do we, right, as Christians or people that believe in God, what do we have given to us to instruct our lives? Okay, but more specifically given in like the book of Exodus. Ten Commandments, right? God gave Moses these things to help the Israelites, but that we can still use today to guide the people of Israel, yes? He gave them the Ten Commandments. Obviously, I'm not comparing Pericles' statements to the Ten Commandments. Those are God's words, much more important. Okay, but a lot of the things he said had some similar concepts, right? Like I just said, it said, freely refrain from injuring one another. Okay, love thy neighbor as thyself. Okay, don't injure another. Thou shalt not murder, that kind of stuff. Keeping the laws and authorities. Obey your authority. Honor thy father and thy mother. Right? Things that the Bible tells us, okay, we see some of the same concepts. Undoubtedly, for the average Athenian, the most stirring parts of Pericles' speeches were when he spoke of the Athenian Empire. Remember, he would say what? That Athens could be what? How could he draw all the people together? He said Athens could be what? No. Could be great, basically. Great, glorious, rich, always remembered, right? He said, hey, we could be this, and they would see that vision and want to be part of that. Okay, so we're going to see the Athenian Empire come to rise. After the Persian Wars, Athens eagerly became the leading city in Greece. So from all this government, hold the ball, from all this government, all this working, Athens is going to rise as the head of this Greece empire. To guard against possible future attacks by the Persians, the Athens formed a defensive alliance called the Delian League. The Delian League. This is a defensive alliance formed by Athens, it should be Athens, I'm sorry, and containing about 250 other Greek cities. Okay, we're almost done for today, so just stay with me. Okay, at its peak, the league contained, again, 250 cities on the coasts and island of the Aegean Sea. Each member supposedly had an equal voice, but Athens dominated the league, okay? So they kind of had a central government for all of Greece. Maybe they did that representative where they would send someone from their city to Athens, okay? But Athens, although all these other states were part of this Delian League, okay, Athens was the hub. They were the capital. They were the mainland, all right? Just like the United States, right? We have all individual states. They all have their own capitals, yes? Okay, but we have a United States capital, which is, already I mentioned, is? Moscow. No, it is not Moscow. Washington, D.C. All right, Washington, D.C. Okay, this was kind of the same thing. So for Greece, the hub or the main place, or maybe the most important people was this place of Athens. Okay, with this, we're going to see that the Delian League became the Athenian Empire as membership ceased to be voluntary, and members began to send money, ships, and soldiers to Athens as tribute. Okay, just to show you're loyal to this league, you're loyal to the Greek people and to Greece, you would send money. So like taxes, you send troops, people, workers, ships, okay, to their place. Okay, kind of like a poor example, like in China, right? Mulan, whether you've seen it or not, right? When they were going to war against the Mongols, what did they do? Fight. At the beginning, they sent someone from the mainland, right, from the emperor, from the capital, to do what? Fight. No. What did he go do? Shh. Someone raise your hand and tell me.
He told them they needed people to fight.
Yeah, he went to all the individual little city-states and said, hey, we need someone to serve for this family and serve for this family. Remember that? Okay, whether it was a father or a son. Okay, this was kind of the same concept. Okay, the cities would send people to the capital, or Athens, to be like a tribute, saying, hey, we're loyal to you, we're fighting for you. Okay, so that's what they kind of did. The empire was a central part of the ideal Athens that inspired rich and poor to temporarily suspend their hostility toward one another. On a more practical level, many people made their living by serving in the Athenian government or navy, okay, so military or politics. And the empire provided the money to pay these people. Okay, but we're going to see in an inevitable war, okay, because the Athenians are gradually going to turn on the Delian League that they created. Okay, Athens could not enjoy the benefits of the empire for long without increasing its empire. Okay, so this league was supposed to be basically equality of everyone. Although Athens was the capital, right, the focus point of it was to do what? As I just said. Okay, no. Sparta is part of this league. Okay, it was to defend against outside invaders like the Persians. Okay, so it's just to bring everyone together, basically saying, right? This league, you're fine. The league is to bring everyone together. Okay, but with this, Athens got selfish. Okay, they're like, well, we're part of this league. We are the capital, but we're still kind of equal. We kind of just want to start our own empire, right? We're large enough. We're the hub of everything. We're bigger than everyone else. We're stronger. We're richer than everyone else. Okay, we're just going to become our own empire, and they're going to turn on their league. Okay, the more prosperous Athens became, because all this stuff is coming into them. Okay, for example, the more wealth it took to maintain the prosperity. Without new worlds to conquer, what outlet would there be for the great Athenians? The stronger the Athenian empire became, the more cities outside the empire had to fear. Okay, so Athens is growing and growing, getting more powerful, richer. Okay, and if you're a smaller city that's supplying stuff to Athens, you're like, oh man, they're kind of, what if they turn on us? They could just wipe us out, right? They're kind of getting a little scared, fearful. And this is a turn where Athens is going to reap and be the head of it. So not only did they turn on them, but because Athens could not enjoy the benefits of being part of this empire, sorry, that's another typo, for long without increasing its empire. Okay, so threatened by the Athenian expansion, okay, like Chase said, Sparta and the Peloponnesian League. Remember, this is Sparta. What were the other state or places that were part of that? Sparta, Corinth, Megara. Remember how I talked about that? I think that was yesterday. Okay, the Peloponnesian League began to prepare for the inevitable war with Athens. And we're going to stop there today. And tomorrow we're going to jump into the Peloponnesian War. It is Wednesday, so there is no homework. Okay, be ready. We're going to probably finish 6.4 tomorrow and start 6.5. We're going to have a quiz on Friday. Quiz on Friday. If you want to write that down, we'll review for it tomorrow. And then we're going to have a test on Monday. We'll probably finish the notes on Friday, review for the test on Friday, have the test on Monday. Okay, write that down in your planner for now. Any questions? Today is the 14th, yes sir. Yes ma'am. We'll review tomorrow. No, the quiz is Friday. Tomorrow's Thursday. We'll review tomorrow. Any other questions? Can we go outside? No, you can work on something else, stay inside. You can go outside for your break. Yes, ma'am, Brianna.
When will I make a Friday quiz?
This Friday?
No, Friday quiz,
Oh, last Friday. I didn't give that to you? I can get that printed out and give it to you tomorrow. Does that work? Do you know what's on it?
yeah, I have it written down.
There you go. I'll print it. Just remind me tomorrow morning if something, if you see me. If I haven't printed already, I'll give it to you tomorrow. You just take it during lunch, since our lunch is so long. All right, distant learners, if you have any questions, let me know. Again, quiz will be Friday. I'll send that over to you if I haven't already. I think I already did. And then test will be Monday. Hope you guys are doing well. Can't wait till you come back in person.